Hey, Tom, can you hear us?
I sure do.
Can you hear us?
Yes,
Awesome. I'm going to keep us muted until everyone's here and then I'll unmute us.
sounds good. I like this new camera. It's a really nice view of the room.
Good. I'm glad it's working right now.
Mhm. Yeah,
Yeah. I was going to say it looks nice wherever you're at.
yeah, it sure is. I'm on the South Shore of Massachusetts right now near Boston.
Nice.
So if you hear a clanging noise, it's the sailboat lanyards banging. Hi, Jennifer.
What are you doing out there, Tom?
I'm out seeing I'm gonna babysit my grandson for Thursday, Friday.
That's fantastic.
And then, so my brother lives down here on the South Coast, so I came down here first. And then I was in Utah right before that, up in the mountains.
Yeah. Other.
It's pretty this time of year, but it's pretty. June and October are always great months. Britt, I don't see anybody else online besides Attorney Madsen. Is there anybody else
I
that
just
I'm
shot Timmy and Elizabeth a text.
okay? And from a procedure standpoint, does the trustee liaison count towards quorum?
Yes.
Good. And for this board, we need 4 or 5.
Five.
5, yes.
Okay.
You can sit wherever. I think. Oh, did we not put
I see number 5. Hey, Brett, do you think we should get started?
Yes, we can get started.
Okay. Let's call the meeting to order at 8:02.
All right, 6:02 over here.
That's right. Sorry about
Sorry.
that.
Okay. Let's see. Commissioner Glasser, Vice Chair Mahold,
Here.
Commissioner, do you pronounce it Reno? Reno? Commissioner Dye, Commissioner Penzinger,
Here.
Liaison Jocelyn,
Here.
and I'll note for the record that Commissioner Duggan is not here yet.
Okay, and we expect him a little later.
He usually, gets here within the first 5 to 10 minutes. I just shot him a text.
Okay, great. Okay, let's go to approval of minutes, item 3.1. Do people have a chance to read through? And if so, if any changes, clarifications, misspellings, uh, or mistakes that need to be corrected? Anybody?
I found none. Look good to me.
Okay. Then I'll make a motion to approve the May 20th, 2026 Planning Commission meeting minutes.
I make motion.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Do we need a,
Okay.
go ahead. Do we need a vote?
Yep. Vice Chair
Good.
Mahol,
Yes.
Commissioner Reno. Oh, I guess you weren't here, so you'll abstain.
Correct.
Sorry. Commissioner Dye,
Yes.
Commissioner Penzinger,
Yes.
and you can't vote either because you weren't here. So abstain for Jocelyn, and Commissioner Duggan's still not here.
Okay. So we have the votes we need to take care of 3.1.
Yes.
So we'll move to item number 4, public comment on non-agenda items. Is there anybody in the room or online that you see?
No, sir.
Okay. And this is not going to take much time. Let's go on to action items. 5.1, vote for a PC chair. Let's take a look at, let's see, we have 1, 2. So is Bill Reno a
He's allowed
commission
to
member
vote.
yet?
Yep.
Say again?
He's good to go. Yeah.
Okay,
he's
so
allowed to
he
vote.
can. Okay, good. I've been serving briefly as vice chair. I'm willing to take over the chair unless somebody else would like to put themselves or another member forward.
No, I would like to nominate you.
Thank you, Linda. Should we, then we need a second, we go right to a vote? Is that how it works, Britt?
Yep. So just a first and a second, and to put Tom Hold as chair.
I would
And then we'll vote.
second the vote to
Okay.
put him as chair.
Okay, great.
Okay, just
Uh,
writing this down.
Okay,
Alrighty, so we'll
so,
vote on that first, and then we can
Yeah.
move forward on vice chair.
great.
So let's see. Commissioner Reno.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Dye.
Yes.
Commissioner Glasser.
Yes.
Commissioner Pinziner.
Yes.
Commissioner Mahold, do you want to abstain or vote?
Abstain.
Okay. Let's see. Commissioner Duggan's still not here, and then Liaison Jocelyn.
Yes.
Righty.
Okay, then I guess I got it. For better or for worse, thank you all. Then I wanted for vice chair, I wanted to nominate Mike Dye. Do I have a second?
I second that.
Okay,
Alrighty.
and before we go to a vote, Mike Dye, do we have your permission to nominate you for this role?
Thank you for asking for my consent. Yes, that's great. I wanted to welcome Andrew. Thanks for stepping up.
Okay. And I will do my best to make sure that the mantle falls lightly. I think your main job is to stay alive in case I don't.
I'll do my best.
Okay, we won't ride in the same car. Okay, so I guess if there's
Vote?
yeah, I'm ready to vote.
Alrighty. Commissioner Pinziner.
Yes.
Chair Mahold.
Yes.
Commissioner Reno.
Yes.
Commissioner Glasser.
Yes.
Liaison Jocelyn. Trustee
Yes.
Jocelyn? I don't know what I should call you. Okay.
Good.
And Commissioner Duggan's still not here, so we will knock him from the vote.
I wanted to say congratulations, Bill, on your first and second votes. I'm glad that you're here. I really appreciate it. And thank you, Mike Dye, for agreeing to take this role on.
You bet. Thank you as well.
You bet. Okay, so those are that's the first of only 2 action items that we have tonight. The second one is 5.2 amendments to ADU code. Britt, do you want to read us in?
Yes, give me 1 second. Okay. Before we start that, I did want to say, as a reminder, you'll get a welcome email if you haven't already. Jocelyn, you've kind of been working with us already on the Board of Trustees, but I'll catch you up on anything, and we'll probably set up some kind of training here in the future with our attorney who's online, Jennifer, just to go through Sunshine Law, kind of a reminder for everyone, and, you know, having some new faces on. We'll probably have some new faces next time too. So just wanted that reminder before I started on the second action
Could
item.
I also just quickly introduce myself since I don't have.
Yeah, you guys want to do a quick,
Elizabeth Penziner.
Yeah.
Well, I'm Elizabeth. Thanks, Britt.
Absolutely. Sorry I didn't do introductions. It's been a busy day. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and start on the second item. This is for ordinance 892. It's an ordinance of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Nederland, Colorado, amending section 16-33 of chapter 16 of the Nederland Municipal Code related to minimum lot size requirements for accessory dwelling units. This is just an update. We've kind of talked about this the last couple meetings. Following the adoption of ordinance 888, amending section 16-33 of the Nederland Municipal Code, the Colorado Department of Local Affairs, also known as DOLA, identified an additional provision requiring revision to ensure full compliance with House Bill 24-1152. The current code language applies to minimum lot size requirement of an underlying zoning district to both primary dwelling units and accessory dwelling units. This could result in a larger minimum lot size requirement for properties with an ADU than for single unit detached dwellings.
Mhm.
So essentially, what this ordinance is going over is now, instead of how it currently works, is in your medium density, you require 8,000 per ADU and 8,000 square feet per single family. So this now eliminates that because that is making that harder, essentially, is what they're discussing. Now, a lot of our lots, you're still held to those yard and bulk standards. So many of the lots within town still can't fit an ADU.
Mhm.
Really where this kind of opens the opportunity up is those mountain residentials where people have an acre of land and a pretty small structure on it and probably could do an ADU. This now opens that opportunity for individuals like that who can meet those yard and bulk requirements. It's still pretty pricey to build one of those within town, as you all know, between our PIF
Mhm.
fees and other requirements. So this doesn't change any building code requirements or anything along that lines. This just opens up the maybe 5 to 10 lots that could possibly have this. Go ahead.
Could I just ask a clarifying question about the dwelling? If a house has an attached ADU to it, does that count as one or two dwellings in terms of the limits of number of dwellings on the land?
As long as it's defined as an integrated ADU, it's that one lot size is held to that. So in a way, they're two different dwellings, but the way our code is written now, it doesn't trigger that additional.
So they would be able to have a second dwelling if their lot size permitted?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. So like if you had a finished basement, you'd have to go through all the correct, you'd have to come into compliance with building code and fire code. But you could essentially create its own integrated ADU where it'd have its own separate entrance and exit and all of that.
Great, thank you.
Mhm.
So
It's just-
in essence, this is the minimum lot size is going up slightly. To be
Yeah,
in
this just
compliance.
eliminates the minimum lot size for the detached ADUs. So
Okay, got it.
currently you need 16,000 square feet to have a detached ADU in a single family home. Where
Mhm.
now you no longer have that requirement, but you still must meet those yard and bulk setbacks, which are still pretty large within these areas. We also
Yeah.
adopted some new code within like WUI requirements through the state as well. So there's a lot
Mhm.
more with materials and sprinklers that are still triggered.
Mhm.
So this is really just eliminating that additional kind of what they're seeing as it doesn't make it easy. We're not being ADU friendly.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Other board members, do other board members have questions?
Guess I have one additional, sorry, but could the two dwellings share the same driveway entrance and exit, or do they each need to have their own driveway?
They can share a driveway. There's still standards you'd have to meet for private driveway for fire department. They do need to have their own designated parking, each one.
Okay, thank you.
Any other
Any
questions?
others?
So I'm going to play catch up here a little bit, but
Yeah.
this is basically saying that if whatever the lot size requirement is in whatever zone,
Mhm.
there's a requirement for a primary structure, the ADU requirement can't exceed that.
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
Yep, and it's for the detached ADUs only, so it's still, we have a lot of triggers within our code where if you do a duplex, it still requires twice the amount of lot. But this ADU would now not require that twice, 2 times the amount of what you would really need. But I will say I did a lot of research, and even by people who have reached out to me, I maybe have one individual who's like, I'd love to build in Mountain Residential. And they can't because of this code, but now state is requiring this, and so they'll be able to if they can
Mhm.
financially, support that.
And if
That's
they can
great.
comply with the setbacks
Correct.
regardless of the number of dwellings.
Correct.
Thanks.
Because they still have to meet setbacks from the primary structure as well.
And those were recently modified.
Correct.
And so I think the only things that changed here on like page 12 of the packet, there's the yard and bulk table saying a minimum lot area per lot per dwelling unit, square feet, and added the 5 footnote
Correct.
down. And then on page 13 it says, for purposes of this table, an accessory dwelling unit that applies with section 16-98 shall not be used to calculate the additional minimum lot area requirement, blah, blah.
Correct.
Were there any other changes?
Nope, no other changes. That was
Yep.
the only one. It wasn't missed by staff or the planning
Yeah.
commission. It was, DOLA just interpreted it one way. And then when they met with me and I told them the interpretation, they were like, oh, that's not in compliance.
Great.
So unfortunately,
Okay.
it caused a little bit more work, but it's been a pretty smooth process since we did all the legwork already.
Yep. Great.
Excellent.
Does that help, Andrew? Fantastic.
Perfect.
Does that make sense to you, Bill? I know it's kind of drinking from the fire hose.
I'm actually following it, surprising.
Okay, so this one's pretty cut and dried. There's not a lot of wiggle room here that I can see. It's a discussion item.
No, this is.
No, it's an action
This
item.
is action. I would open it
Yeah.
to public comment.
Yeah, I think,
Anyone ask questions?
before I do open it to public comment, any other clarifying questions from the board?
I guess so. The only other question that I have is would this theoretically allow an unlimited number of accessory dwelling units, or is it just one?
Nope, this is still, our code still currently only allows you to do one. I
Right.
do think in the future,
Yeah.
with some of the grants that we have obtained, Cass and I, that might be a discussion we'll have, but when we do that, we'll probably go more in depth of this is what it actually look like lot wise.
Mhm.
For people would be able to meet the setbacks, having more than one ADU.
Thanks, Brett.
Do you expect we'll get guidance from DOLA and from the state on that issue?
Yeah, there's actually quite a few ADU kits out there
Mhm.
from different organizations. I think a lot of jurisdictions are starting to open it up to multiple accessory dwelling units, but again,
Mhm.
there are pretty strict yard and bulk setbacks within rural
Sure.
communities that a lot of
Yeah.
rural communities between PIFs and everything can't afford to do
Right.
multiple, let alone one. So it's
Good.
something we'll look at to see if it makes sense for our community.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody else from the board? Then can we open it up for public comment?
No public in the room.
Okay, nobody online that I can see. So hearing none, I guess I should go to page 9 and make my, make a motion. Let's see. Okay, I move to recommend approval of draft ordinance 892, an ordinance of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Netherland, Colorado, amending section 16-33 of chapter 16 of the Netherland Municipal Code related to minimum lot size requirements for accessory dwelling. Do I have a second?
Second.
Perfect.
Okay,
All right. Commissioner Pinziner,
Yes.
Commissioner Glasser, Chair Mahold,
yes,
Commissioner Reno,
Yes,
Vice Chair Dye,
Yes.
and Liaison Jocelyn.
Yes.
Perfect.
right. Okay, so that closes this section out. The two action items are complete. Let's take a look at. We move on to discussion items, and we'll start with 6.1 temporary use permits, draft ordinance 893. Britt, lead us in.
Absolutely. So I'll give a little bit of background. We had a property owner approach us last meeting before you two were here about possibly doing a short term, like 30 to 60 days, having some cattle by the property that is beside the post office. Our code doesn't currently, we have a temporary use permit, but it doesn't currently give that opportunity. And so we thought we would discuss it, and we had the individual come. We were given direction to do a draft ordinance of what that would look like. And there was also some direction to the individual to do some community outreach. At this time, I haven't heard back on if he's gotten any feedback or not, but I'll go ahead and kind of give you what we've done here. So the purpose of this ordinance is to repeal and replace section 16-77 of the Netherlands Municipal Code to establish updated regulations for temporary uses. The purpose or the proposed amendments create a clear temporary use permit process, establish review and criteria conditions for approval, provide standards for temporary grazing and other short-term land management activities, and authorize the zoning administrator, which is John Kane right now, to approve temporary uses that are similar in character, duration, intensity, and impact to those specifically listed in the code. The amendments are intended to provide flexibility for temporary activities while ensuring compatibility with the surrounding properties and protect public health, safety, welfare, and environmental sensitive areas. So again, at the last meeting, this was brought up. The commission expressed interest in creating a more flexible review process that would, one, allow the zoning administrator to evaluate and approve these uses under code, provided that they meet established criteria and do not create adverse impacts on surrounding properties or the community. The current temporary use provisions in section 16-77 provide limited guidance regarding review and approval of the temporary activities that may occur within town. As a new and evolving temporary activities are arising, staff and applicants have encountered situations where the proposed uses do not neatly fit within our existing codes, creating kind of an uncertain review process, which is why we were coming before you last time. So in response, this ordinance number 893 repeals and replaces that existing temporary use language with a more comprehensive framework for reviewing and managing these temporary uses throughout town. The proposed ordinance maintains existing temporary use categories, including Christmas tree sales, construction-related offices and equipment sheds, temporary real estate offices, while adding provisions for temporary grazing activities used for vegetation management, wildfire mitigation, noxious weed control, ecological restoration, agriculture education, and similar land management purposes. Again, this authorizes the zoning administrator to approve short-term seasonal or transit uses that are substantially similar in character, duration, intensity, and impact to the temporary uses. That's super weird. I don't know where that's coming from. Okay. So the ordinance establishes, again, that process, which identifies application requirements, description of the proposed temporary use, dates and hours of operation, property owner authorizations, site plans or sketches, information regarding parking, sanitation, utilities, waste disposal, security, animal care, and other operational considerations. Review criteria, the zoning administrator shall evaluate based on the following: compatibility with surrounding areas, adequate access, circulation, and parking, avoidance of unreasonable noise, odor, dust, lighting, traffic, or nuisance impacts, protection of public right-of-ways, emergency access routes, waterways, and environmentally sensitive areas, and compliance with town regulations. Conditions of approval. The ordinance authorizes the zoning administrator to impose reasonable conditions relating to the duration and hours of operation, the site layout and intensity of use, parking and traffic management, signage, lighting, sanitation and waste disposal, fencing and animal containment, protection of adjacent properties and natural resources, and site restoration requirements. The ordinance established duration limits for temporary uses, generally limiting approvals to 90-day consecutive days unless extended by the zoning administrator. Temporary uses may not exceed 180 days per total calendar year on the same property unless otherwise authorized by the municipal code or another land use approval process. The ordinance also provides procedures for suspending or suspension or revoking the temporary use permit when approved conditions are violated or a temporary use creates adverse impacts on the surrounding area, public infrastructure, environmentally sensitive areas, or the public health, safety, and welfare. So next steps would be, this could continue on as a discussion, or you guys could decide you want to move forward as an action item. If you decided to move forward as an action item, it would come July, August, whichever meeting that comfortability level is there, if at all.
Mhm.
And then it would go to the Board of Trustees for consideration. So the ordinance is attached. If you have questions, Jennifer and I are here to answer. Again, we were just told to bring this for you. I don't have any feedback right now from the original landowner that brought this forward. And that's really all I have for you.
Commissioner Reno, last meeting, we had somebody, a community member who raises steers and owns the piece of land next to the post office, want to put them on there for a month or so for vegetation control. And we told him, basically, we gave him a checklist and had him go back and check with his neighbors and see if it can comply. So that's where this came from. Britt, quick question, we have had temporary uses before, but never an ordinance. Is that accurate?
Yes, so this temporary use permit, it's in our code now. It's just not as well outlined as it is here.
Right.
It's really for those, like I said, the Christmas trees. There's a couple other, you can have like a temporary trailer for any construction projects, just a couple
Sure.
of things like that. But we've never added on any other uses or really looked at kind of narrowing that language in to make it more specific.
And do you anticipate the way it's written right now, Ordinance 893 will take care of most types of things that people are going to bring to you?
Yeah, I think Jennifer put in a lot of time and effort into this, and
Mhm.
it's really well defined. I think the comfortability is, I think currently, and Jennifer, correct me if I'm wrong, it goes, the temporary uses might go to the Board of Trustees as like final approval on some of these. No, it's just zoning administrator. Okay, I was wrong there. But I think this outlines it a lot better. It adds those other uses. It doesn't mean in the future people might have more uses, so that might be
Mhm.
something that becomes a continual discussion.
Sure.
But this is just one that brought up, and so I think it's pretty general with those additional ones. Just don't know the comfortability of you all.
If okay, so I guess the couple things you need is how comfortable we are with it as drafted. Number two, instructions on where we'd like you to go next with this.
Correct. Yeah, I just, it would be helpful for me to know, are we wanting to get more feedback? Is there engagement we want going on here? Is everyone, the way this is written, is there comfortability? Are there changes? Now that you've seen the draft, do you want to continue moving forward? Really just some direction on, should I start noticing this and putting it on an agenda, or is there more work that needs to go in from staff, and the original landowner?
Well, I put it back to my fellow commissioners. Let's go around the table and see what each of us think.
Elizabeth here, and I thought it was well written. I also appreciated the language in terms of what to do if compliance isn't met. I feel like it was really well written and I don't know if the right word is revoked, but if we
Mhm.
needed to revoke
Correct.
the permit use, I think we have a lot of wiggle room based on public health, safety issues, safety to, people, animals, et cetera. So I appreciated that safety net a little bit there and thought otherwise, yeah, we should move forward with it.
Yeah, as you're a person who backs up code enforcement, this makes it very clear on what we're able to do, which is great.
Okay.
I agree. I was wondering if you've had other requests other than this grazing one for a temporary permit.
No, I think every year we get the Christmas tree one, maybe occasionally. Yep. But other than that, I haven't had any other temporary uses come up.
Makes sense?
Yeah.
And I
What are food trucks regulated under?
So food trucks have to get, I want to say it's a business license.
Mhm.
And this is more Macy's World, so I could be getting it
Mhm.
wrong. So Jennifer, feel free to correct me. They can operate under someone's property. There's some health and safety inspections they have to go through as well.
Mhm.
But they can't just land there forever, is
Okay.
essentially what it is. I'm not sure how the framework is. I don't know if Jocelyn, you know more if you're involved in that world, and Jennifer, I kind of throw it to Macy usually with that, but I can definitely find that out and let you know.
Yeah, I don't think it's material. I was just trying to see if it was material. I don't think it is material if they're regulated another way.
Yeah, no, it's all through the clerks
Yeah.
department. Mhm.
Okay. Commissioners, other questions?
I assume the permit would cost something?
That's a good question. Let me look at our current code while you guys
Okay.
are going around and see if, I'm sure there's a cost associated with this review
Mhm.
process. I just don't know what it is off the top of my head.
Okay.
Yep.
We
So sorry, Tom.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
my-
generally, I guess this is back to you, Brett. We generally try and price them commensurate with what the time required to research and approve it is. So I'd
Correct.
say, please figure out what that is.
Absolutely.
Would that require an update to the fee schedule as well?
I don't think so. I think this is outlined in our fee schedule. I just need to
Okay.
look what it's, oh yeah, so we have oh no, that's liquor. I'll keep looking. I'll have an answer for you shortly.
Sure. And my question is similar, which is in terms of enforcement or penalties for not suspending your operations of the temporary use, what portion of the code is used to rectify that situation and what were the fines associated with it?
Yep. So in code enforcement, we only allow, it's essentially like 3 weeks of sending them notices. The third one is always certified mail. If you don't answer it, you then immediately get a court summons and the judge defines what that fee is. If there's an interest in, setting a fee or maybe making a different process, since this is a temporary one, I think that might be some good feedback for Jennifer and I, because for other uses, it's, obviously a little bit longer timeline.
I think I would like to see in section 2F a reference to what precisely is going to be utilized. Like what law are they technically breaking at that point? Not just this section of code, but and then what fees are associated with that and how they're going to be, is it a class 3 misdemeanor?
Mhm.
What that looks like.
So can I just jump in here?
Please.
This would not be a misdemeanor at all. It would be a civil violation. Automatically under the code, the fee is limited to $26.50 per day. But if there were a violation that were ongoing, the judge could assess $2,650 per day of that violation. That's the maximum penalty. And I would say in this case, if there is a violation, I mean, I guess, so the options would be suspending or revoking the permit. If the permit were revoked and the activity continued after the permit were revoked, then that would be when a complaint were issued into the municipal court, and the judge could then assess the penalty of $26.50 per day.
Okay. Is it worthwhile putting that process into this section, or it's just a part of the greater?
Yeah, I don't know that it needs to go in here because,
Okay.
it's included in the general penalty section of the code. So I don't think it needs to be included. If you want to specify that a fee can be assessed for this, I think probably we should put that in as well. But that a fee for processing the permit can be assessed and set by resolution.
Okay,
Yeah, we do not have it specifically defined on the fee schedule
fee
right now.
schedule, okay.
Mhm.
Good. Others?
Yes, I think it's well written. It also leaves open if there are other applicants that we have the ability to discuss that, and it protects us as well as moving forward on that. Thank you, Attorney Mattson, for clarifying the penalties. And I think with what's in the code already, it should be sufficient. Do you feel the same way, Andrew?
I'm gonna review the general fee section, but I think it should be fine.
Good.
And we can always refer back to that section if there is a issue. Okay. But
Yes.
I think we should move forward with this.
Elizabeth, anything?
That's what I shared initially. Thank you.
Okay.
One more
Commissioner Dye?
question. So, given the way that this issue arose, like grazing that may have impact on the surrounding neighbors, would it be prudent to include some wording about outreach to neighborhood and impact on the nearby community? Is that?
I would
So-
personally wonder if we want to be careful about that though,
Yeah.
because are we going to require that or just suggest it?
Yeah.
And then we need to be really clear.
So in the short-term rentals, we currently require them to notify, I think it's within like 200, 300 feet, something along that lines. Macy's and iWorlds are a little bit different. But they have to send out a letter essentially stating like, this is a short-term rental. Here's my contact information if something goes wrong. And so that is an option you could do here is, this is a temporary use. Here's the timeline. If you have issues, here's a contact number. That is something that we could add and we currently have in code on other issues.
Yep. I mean, for some uses, it would make sense, like goat grazing, I think I'd want to be notified. Christmas tree lot, I'm not sure that I'd need to be notified.
But yeah, we already, I
think
think
it-
we covered it in it had to be among the criteria, it had to be consistent with the neighborhood and its
Yes,
character. That kind of covers it, right? And I think that gives Britt the authority to make sure it is, and if it isn't, she can verify it, that it is consistent.
Yeah,
I
it
had-
would be John would be the one making the final decisions on these, but if you do want to add that language, I think it would be best for fairness to just require it across the board. We provide them the address, like the addresses, so they can create that labels. I think they typically how it works in my world is they give us the labels and then we send out the letters to make sure the letters went out. And that's kind of included in their application fee. But
Great.
we're like, here's the addresses. They bring us the labels. We send it out from town, letting them know this is happening.
In terms of process, Britt, I would envision that most of these are gonna come to you and maybe be opened and approved even before we meet. Do you, if we have this ordinance in place, how often do you think you'll need to bring things like this to planning commission or board of trustees?
So the
Other
way
than the
it's
courtesy.
written now, I don't think we would come to you guys at all. And Jennifer, correct me if I'm wrong. It would be, I'm probably the one taking them and reviewing them and then meeting with John. John's making that final call. But
Right.
just saying, here's my concerns, a meeting with the applicant to, maybe see what some of those concerns are. And then really it would be the same for if there are issues, it would be coming from probably John and myself as well. On revoking any of the, revoking of the permits.
Okay,
Yeah, so these are just to add on to what Britt's saying here, these are just administratively approved. And it's, keep in mind that this is a temporary use that's allowed, really just allowed for 90 days. So with outreach to neighbors, and and adding more requirements on here, then, just makes it more difficult for people to operate these uses for that period of time, for the short period of time. So I would just think about that if you wanted to add a requirement of contacting the neighbors. One thing that you could do here that you might want to think about is limiting some of these uses to a particular zone district.
For instance?
Well, I don't know. Is temporary grazing appropriate in every zone district in town? Are there some zone districts where maybe it isn't as appropriate? That's an option. I'm not saying you need to do it, but that would be a way to limit it to a specific area where you think it might have fewer impacts than in maybe a more dense area.
I'd kind of rather leave it open to the administrator to assess or to make sure it's in character with that neighborhood. That'll exclude putting those same steers into Old Town. And letting them graze there. So from my point of view, I think we've got it covered. And I want to do two things. Number one, make it loose enough to accommodate whatever might come forward without having to mend it all the time. Number two, give Britt the tools she needs to assess, approve, and keep the applications moving through at a time that doesn't have to wait for us. I know that if somebody has a need and and we're not meeting that month, then I don't want them to have to suffer either. But from your point of view, Britt, what else, because you're going to have to administer this, do you anticipate or do you think it's the way it's written, it's going to cover most instances they're going to come to you?
Yeah, I mean, I think it'll be straightforward for me, review and pass off to John. I think the application fee makes sense. And based on what Jennifer's telling me with the revoking and fines, I think that's fine. I'm fine if you want to run through more and just make sure you're comfortable. I think really my question is, are we comfortable with the additional uses that you guys wanted to see? Or is it just, this is a lot more cleaned up than than the code was originally written? So there's the opportunity, if you don't like the uses that we put in there, to remove those. But I will move forward however you all want. It doesn't need to be that this needs to be action next meeting. It can truly just be, we're going to redraft, discuss it one more time, and then action. I'm here to do whatever you guys want.
I feel a lot more comfortable. I read in a little bit more into Article 11, and you'll have to excuse my ignorance for Chapter 16. I know Chapter 18 very well, but I'm learning on 16. So
Welcome
I
to
feel
our
very,
world.
yeah. So Article 11 says everything that I was looking for. So thank you.
Okay. Yeah, and that's okay. That's what these meetings are for. I don't expect you guys. We really work in Chapter 16 here, and you're going to be working all over the place on the Board of Trustees. So always happy to meet and kind of go through further with anyone, or we can discuss it out here. We have the time.
Others? Okay.
The only other that crossed my mind was that, Britt, is there anything in here that you're concerned about imposing a burdensome workload on you? Not that
No.
you're going to be raining down with these
Temporary
pending
use.
requests all the
No.
time.
No, not at all. This is pretty straightforward. Honestly, when code is more defined, it makes it easier for me to
Great.
assist. Some things fall directly under my world. With this one, it helps me assist John to moving forward with that, or getting information to Jennifer or whoever it might be, if we're going the fine route or revoking or whatever it might be. So I'd say this is really cleared compared to most of our code that I end up finding out throughout time. So yeah, I think it will just be a tag teaming of John and I on these.
Good.
Great.
Tom, do you feel comfortable bringing this to action item instead?
Yeah, we're going to talk about July meeting shortly, but I think
Okay.
I would love to see this as an action item next time we meet. And then basically when we do get to that, I would just like to know what changed, since tonight and then. And then I'd be comfortable in taking it to a vote. Do other people feel that way?
Okay. I wanted to confirm, so, application fee defined, which would need to be a resolution, so that might be separate onto this. I will talk to Jennifer about that. Was there anything additional that you guys wanted to see in the draft?
Clarification on if neighbors are notified on specific things, or is it in general they will not? be
So
notified?
currently how it's written, they will not. It will be under essentially John's kind of discretion to say this is not appropriate for this area. And so we're denying this application. And then at that point, they can always go to the Board of Trustees with a repeal. But otherwise, how it's written now, there's no notification for this temporary process. So I think that's on you guys. Do you feel comfortable, you know?
I
Obviously,
feel
got a
comfortable
lot of feedback.
giving you and John the right to require that. If you feel that it might be inconsistent with the neighborhood, or that you want a good feel that we're not creating a hardship for the neighbors.
I like
But
that.
I would rely on you for that.
Okay.
Would it be possible to put it under D and a condition of approval? Because from what I read, the wording there, it doesn't seem like all of those would necessarily occur on every single
True.
one. And I completely trust you and John to make the right call there. Like
Mhm.
if it's a high impact thing that might upset some neighbors, then should be required, otherwise not.
Yeah, I think essentially if we do make the mistake of or make a decision not to notify neighbors that there is a problem, then it becomes an administrative issue for you, Brett. And at that point, I would imagine then you have to question whether things are consistent with, the way they're running the business, whatever it may be, is consistent with the neighborhood, because then you'll have some feedback that it isn't.
Yeah, and the way the review criteria is written out right now is avoidance of unreasonable noise, odor,
Mhm.
dust, lighting, traffic. Obviously, unreasonable is a different definition with everyone. You can't really super define that within code.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll be curious to see if I get some feedback from the public between now and then. But
Yeah.
we can move forward with and what we can always do, we kind of do this several times, is where we'll notify it. I'll put it in the paper as a public hearing. If
Mhm.
when you see the draft, or say we have some public come and speak and they
Mhm.
feel differently, at that point, you guys can choose to relook at it, and then we notify it for a different date, and it can always be extended.
Mhm.
So that's an option as well. If we move forward as this is an action item, and then we'll see how the next meeting goes. Because I see Chris Kelly is on, so we might get some feedback.
Sure. But at least some newspaper revenue. So essentially, the process it's a discussion item tonight. This is round two, really, of the issue. The next time, if we bring it to an action item, you're going to notice it as a public hearing.
Correct.
Okay. In which case, somebody that reads that stuff and chooses to come in will have that opportunity, and we'll listen then. And at that point, we have the option to approve as is, approve with amendments, to decline, or to continue it to another date, right?
Correct.
That's where we're
That's
heading.
probably the most efficient, I would say, for everyone's time.
Yeah,
But
if
that
we're
is
gonna,
entirely up to you all.
does anybody, I prefer to move it towards an action item for the next time we meet. Is there any downside of that you can see, or does anybody feel otherwise?
I'm getting everyone feels comfortable with that in the room.
Then that would be my guidance. Does that get you what you need?
Yep, that gets me what I need, and I will work with Jennifer and move forward.
Okay, excellent. Good. Okay, so this one, there's a lot of work that went into this. Obviously, I appreciate it very much. Flex zoning 6.2. Do you want to read us in on this one?
Absolutely. So we're obviously in the time period right now. We're waiting for the board's strategic plan, which I'm going to kind of bring up in other business. But this was one identified by the board previously in our comprehensive plan and our sub area plan. And so really this is just kind of an initial discussion. This might end up in where we think it needs to be a work session. Maybe the board identifies, something else along with this, but we wanted to at least get it started. So we're working on something. So again, like I mentioned, the comprehensive plan housing study and the downtown sub-area plan have referenced the greater need for flexibility in Netherlands development regulation to support housing, redevelopment, and community goals. So during these discussions, the term flex zoning has been used as a potential tool. However, neither our municipal code nor town's adopted planning documents define what flex zoning means in practice. So while these plans generally support increased housing choice, redevelopment opportunities, and regulatory flexibility, they do not identify specific zoning approaches for achieving these goals. The purpose of this discussion is to obtain direction from you all on what does flex zoning mean, or what do we want, how are we going to start discussing what that means, and whether additional zoning tools should be explored. So potential zone approaches could be expanding permitting housing types within existing zones, which we've kind of done a lot of work on in itself. We do offer a variety. Modifying use tables to allow a broader mix of residential and commercial uses. Create more incentives for affordable and workforce housing. Establish new zoning districts, or more of this overlay zoning idea for different zones. Or using performance-based standards in place of certain prescriptive requirements. So really, we're just wanting to talk about what that means. Where it's really been identified is the industrial zone. For those of you who don't remember and weren't on the board, we did take away the use of mining within the industrial zone, which is really the Wolf Tongue property and those houses over there, which are considered non-conforming. And so that was identified as a flex zone. There's only so many uses you can have in industrial. And so the conversation was, are there more flexible uses? And something that might look like a modified use table of allowing more commercial, maybe a mix, something along that lines. It really hasn't been identified by the board yet. We've had not this new board. And then another area that keeps coming up that is kind of a funky spot, that I think could be a broader conversation probably between both boards, is general commercial by East Street Garage and Mountain Auto when you're first coming into town. All those properties there before those primary homes are technically general commercial. So although they allow mixed use, which would give you commercial and residential components, there's not quite the infrastructure to really support that. And so I've had a lot of requests in that area for primary structures, just doing residential housing, or not necessarily a big project, but just a home. I haven't really done a lot of engagement in that neighborhood, but that was one of the areas kind of identified of, are there more uses that could be there? Are there other opportunities? I'm not even sure if that's a flex zoning or that's like property owners coming to talk about rezoning, things like that. But really just kind of giving you that concept. It was mentioned a lot within our plans, and those are some areas that were directed. But I've done a lot of research, and it's a term that communities are using, but they really haven't identified what it means. Some people seem to be going, maybe looking at that, how more adding more housing, but then we just lost a bunch of commercial businesses. And so that's something to think about is, are there more uses that we could be allowing in maybe this industrial zone or things like that? So again, this is very broad. I know it's not very direct. It's just something that was mentioned. Something that could be done is, we have this discussion tonight, maybe that you guys are thinking this is more of a work session for Board of Trustees, and we have our liaison here who might have some ideas as well, or again, maybe this is something we bring to them on, hey, we would like to discuss. So just trying to get some feedback, as this was one of the goals in those plans that I pulled directly from. So just wanting to get thoughts and feelings, and again, very broad. It's very broad for me, which is why I'm like, I don't know how to address this. So.
Trustee Joslin, when do you guys work on your strategic plan, and is this likely to be detailed in there? Is something that trustees want to work on this year?
I'm going to refer to my attorney, Madison. Have we ironed out the new date yet?
I don't know. I can check really quick to see. Let me just check to see if it's on the tracker.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was going to be in July, but
Okay. So the earliest is I presume there's last, when we've done this in previous years, it's taken more than one sit down. I don't know that we're going to have a completed plan before August, maybe September, if we use the same pace we've used before. So at this point, I'd almost rather shelf this until we get some guidance. Britt, is there something driving this right now? I can understand wanting some clarity because we've kicked the term around a lot. And you're right, I think many of us are very fuzzy on terminology, but in the whole scheme of things, is this a B or C priority right now? And when will it move into something that we want to deal with?
Yeah, I feel like this is more of a complex issue. What I can say is I think there's a lot of opportunity in that industrial area.
Oh, yeah.
As a reminder, there was a minor subdivision done. There's still no current plans with the landowners, but there is
Mhm.
that burnt down lot that Jesse and Cameron are kind of working with over there.
Yep.
I think there are opportunities to look at, since we took away some uses, does it make sense to make that area still industrial? That's something I've heard before from the previous board. But to maybe look at more, a great example is like Idaho Springs has light industrial uses, which is something we don't currently define. And then the other one I kind of mentioned to you all is there are several lots within general commercial that I think are going to come about some way, whether it's them coming to the Board of Trustees or them trying to push through with applications to do things. I think this is something that it was brought up in the plan. It was when we went to the Board of Trustees, we did mention this as one of our priorities to start discussing what it means. I
Right.
think this is something that there needs to be a lot more board alignment, and we have a lot of new members here and there. So it
Yeah.
could probably be handled better in a work session, but I'm almost wondering if it might come up in the strategic planning as something else. Instead of flat zoning, they might identify the area directly. I don't know.
I can't speak on behalf of all the board members, but I know that the trustees have been concerned about empty lots and lots not being utilized. And I would expect that they would lean on your expertise to get those lots filled appropriately and utilized. Um, if we're expecting it to take time, I would encourage at this level to begin conversations about what that looks like.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the process on something like this? Say we had, is this something a citizen would bring in and say, I'm proposing creating a flex zone that overlaps these areas, or is this who leads this process to create and designate a flex zone?
Yeah, so I think that would be something more on town. Like, are we identifying a flex zone, kind of like the overlay district, or are we maybe calling it a flex district? I don't know, a different terminology. I do think at this point, what I'm encouraging people that maybe the use isn't there is to reach out to the Board of Trustees, or or come to planning commission meetings and really discuss like, hey, I want to do this use, the opportunity is not there. I
Mhm.
don't know if that's how the conversation gets going, but that's the recommendations I'm currently making to people, or go
Mhm.
through a process we do have outlined. For some, it may be a rezone, which is currently discouraged. And you can go through the process anyways to try to make your argument. So I think it's being handled in those ways. I do think that the planning commission and the board of trustees are probably going to see more residents and landowners coming with these asks. And so maybe that's what drives the conversation more. And maybe that's how the conversation really starts, is someone's
Mhm.
bringing, I want to do a laundromat in industrial. I don't know. Can I
Okay.
do it? Currently you can't. So, yeah.
It sounds to me like it's heavily dependent on what our strategic priorities are going forward. That's going to take some time to iron out. It doesn't even get started until mid to late summer. I have a feeling if it does become a priority and it is something that we want to focus on, I could see a September work session, but I don't see anything happening before that.
Yep.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. That makes total sense.
So
and just to
I
give
do agree
some,
that we
go ahead,
could have some initial conversation on what it might look like. Um,
or where.
and like so we already have quite a number of different zones. And one way to frame this is like, so what would a flex zone, if we created that, what niche would that fill that's not filled by the other zones? Like, how does it differ specifically from residential commercial? Because those two, in my mind, could be very similar. But they're also probably different. Also taking into account, as previously mentioned, that this came about largely because of the industrial zone that is overly limiting, not really relevant anymore, and likely in need of rezoning.
Well, and maybe the question is too, maybe it's not us defining a flex zone. Maybe it is the planning commission, it's something that like staff could bring to the board of trustees on, hey, can we start looking at the industrial uses? And is there a way to maybe make more uses within the zone instead of calling it this vague flex zoning? Maybe it's
Mhm.
looking at each of our zones and figuring out, are there other uses that could fill these vacant lots? Because really that's what we're seeing right now is your general commercial. Are there more commercial uses that maybe you could have there where someone might be opted to do a different kind of commercial use versus right now they might have limited opportunities. And so maybe instead of a flex zone, it is that we kind of ask for that direction on, can we start looking, that's something small, and we can even start having the conversations of, there could be more uses where currently there's not much somebody can do. They really have to find, like industrial, those property owners with the burnt down structure really had to find a niche, like, okay, we got like 3 things we can do now. And so maybe that's the conversation, and maybe that's something I bring in my staff report on. Can we just at least start talking about uses? And that can wait for the strategic planning as well, but I think that is, there's going to be those vacant lots until
Mhm.
until there's more uses within the area.
Are there
Uh,
vacant lots outside of the industrial zone that are also of
Yes.
concern?
Yes, there are some vacant lots. The ones that I brought up earlier to the left of East Street Garage and Mountain Auto. They are general commercial. And there are landowners that don't want to see commercial, or don't think with the infrastructure that's there can be this commercial aspect. There's a lot more that's got to go into it. And so I do foresee that coming up, but I do think you'll start seeing those property owners in meetings, because that's what I've
Mhm.
encouraged them to
Great.
do.
I hope
So,
we do.
yeah. So I do think that area is it's a funky area. There's not a lot of great access for the fire department, for individuals.
Right.
It's kind of a funky little spot. It is. Yeah. And it could really go either way. Yeah.
Yep.
And Andrew, does that line up with what your understanding of the Board of Trustees and the concerns about the vacant lots, that it's kind of the East Street area, garage area, and the industrial zone, or are there other places?
I think there's other places as well that could, you
Yeah.
know, even buildings that aren't being utilized. But this is definitely,
Yeah.
I think vacant lots in general, or just
Yep.
buildings that aren't being utilized
Yep.
is a concern.
Housing shortage, that's part of it.
Yeah, I mean, I
Yes.
think we all want to see, Ned succeed and thrive. And I think that, having land and opportunities and people that are bringing forward, ideas and whatnot, but can't do them, I think it warrants you guys looking at them and figuring out, well, can we make it work?
Mhm.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, and then finding the nice balance. Something that we still have to do is balance commercial and residential. That's something I've heard a lot within this conference I've been going to this week is,
Mhm.
there's this need for housing, but there's also a lot of our revenue still comes from commercial. And so it's finding that balance between both and figuring out how to let people kind of live out those dreams, but it's not cheap up here.
Mhm.
So.
Did we get you the direction you need, or is there something that you'd like us to get a little more directive on tonight?
No, I think I'm going to kind of outline this in my staff report for the Board of Trustees and
Uh-huh.
just, maybe bring it up, because I'll be on their next couple of meetings for different items.
Mhm.
And just see if there's any feedback on it, because I know there are people who do read them.
Mhm.
And just see if maybe there's any feedback where, they're like, yeah, start looking at that. So
Okay,
I think that's kind of the approach I'm gonna take if everyone's okay with that.
Yeah,
good.
makes sense.
Is there any other pressure coming? We mentioned one lot in Wolf Tongue. Are you getting any kind of pressure for some guidance, or is it largely in stasis and it could hold till September?
I think the individuals who are ready to move forward are gonna move forward with the processes we've outlined in code, whether
Right.
they're, supported or not, and you're gonna see it regardless.
Okay, good. Okay, so that gives you what you need.
Yes.
That's good. Okay. Um,
I did have
Then
another
let's
question, like, I mean, it's
go.
the same area, but so I'm looking at page 24 of the packet.
Mhm.
With, under, like, right at the bottom, there's the potential approaches could include, and this is regarding establishing a flex zoning. And there are a couple that I didn't completely understand what that would look like specifically the last one of
Yeah.
use performance-based standards in certain instead of prescriptive requirements.
That's
What-
a great,
What does that mean?
that's a great question. I had John help me with some of this, and so I think unfortunately he's not here tonight. He's at the CML conference to get feedback, but I will get better feedback on that
Great.
for you.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Another reason to kick the can down the road a little
Yes.
longer.
Yes. I think it's just good to start thinking about, and then the Board of Trustees knows that we're thinking about this, and if I can outline it in my staff report. Just in case the strategic planning takes a little bit longer, this still gives us the opportunity to work efficiently, and work towards a common goal, where we're kind of at this like standstill point of what do we work on? Over the past year, we've really accomplished a lot on the planning commission, and so there's not much more I can give you all without getting a little bit better direction. So, sorry.
Nothing to be sorry for.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, let's go to informational items, 7.1 town staff report. It anything that you'd like to highlight for us, Brett?
Yeah, so I was able to get on BidNet, the posting for, keep moving towards SMS, kind of moving forward, SMSM tips, which are our Safer Main Streets grant.
Right.
To get the, sidewalks, done within like North Jefferson area, all of that.
Mhm.
And then the, flashing, beaking, crosswalks. So that's something that's been going on for years. It has been posted. We're moving forward with like getting contractors kind of going through CDOT's process. CDOT has made their approval. And so we're getting really close to moving forward with actually having a timeline on that, which is huge.
Yeah.
The other thing I did want to just kind of shout out and let everyone know is CEO did finally post that we've been awarded for that grant that Cass and I worked on, which was over $1 million. So really it's more of like kind of a design grant. So doing like engineer designing for trail systems from town to the high school and sidewalks
Wow.
on First Street, kind of going towards Chipeta Park.
What is
Also-
CEO?
so it is the, that's a great question.
Hmm.
Uh, Colorado Energy
Energy
Office.
Office?
There we go. Yeah. Sorry, I'm working on several grants.
Why does
Um,
the Energy Office have a concern about trails?
So the goal of this grant, it's very interesting actually, is they
Mhm.
want us to look at policy in regards to like decarbonization, looking at energy code. And so really they're trying to encourage you to look at that and adopt policy. One of them is like becoming more ADU friendly. And so as you adopt some of these things that we address within the grant, you now get access to do these plans. And so for us, I can send it to you guys from the packet that we had to the board, but it essentially, they're just incentivizing you to adopt policy, which is a great resource for us because it now opens us up to a lot of different opportunities that we were able to kind of get. We went
Yeah.
for our dream budget and we did get our dream budget. And so we are working with them right now to kind of narrow down contracts, go over what the grant reporting looks like. And then we will bring that back to the board when that is all finalized, but they've officially, it was kind of like you can tell your communities, but don't throw it out there. And so now it's officially been announced. And it's going to be a lot of work, but we're excited to kind of keep that
No
moving.
kidding.
Yeah, so I'll kind of have like a short little summary of what it looks like and I'll send it out to all of you so you can just see kind of what we did. Cass did a lot of work on that, so I'll give her most of the kudos there. I was just kind of the history and the other
Right.
little niche things that I've kind of know. So we're really excited to see that go forward. And it would really, what's kind of happened in the past is we've identified these in plans, but we're not actually able to, we don't have the physical architectural engineered plans. And so now this gets us to that next step where we can go for grant funding and say, okay, we're shovel ready. We just need the funds to build. So this gets us one step closer in all those areas, which is really huge. 'Cause
Did
it's
you,
been-
when we got our award, did you find out, that for a town our size, that's a lot of money. Who else got awards and for what sorts of things?
Yeah, I honestly am not sure who else. I haven't done that research yet. They just, I had like 5 communities reach out and they're like, congratulations. So I'm not sure who else got it. I know there wasn't necessarily a ton of people that got their dream budget. I think being a
Right.
rural community really helped us.
Yeah,
But yeah, I'd be happy to share that link so you guys can kind of see that and
that's great.
from their office.
I remember the trepidation when we first embarked on this, and I'm
Yes.
just delighted this worked so well. I think this must have been well written, and it certainly was well received.
Yes. Yeah. And you guys did help with that. So thank you for kind of identifying those priorities and helping us move forward. So I think they're hoping contracts and everything's all wrapped up anywhere from like July to August and then officially kind of moving forward by September is
Yeah.
kind of their current timeline. We did get a new project manager, so we're playing catch up. But they're in the process of reviewing all of our final budgets so they can start sending contracts our way. So we are excited. We're moving forward. It's going to be quite a task from all the departments, but Cass and I will kind of be leading the efforts on this one.
That's great. That's really, really, really excellent. Okay, thanks. As people read through the others in this packet, were there other things that you have questions on? I had one. John mentioned he was getting close to getting the community center up, or I'm sorry, the visitor center open, or did we
Yes.
make a hire there?
Yep, nope, not yet. So we did officially take down the job posting. We got a lot of applications. And so
Mhm.
he's at the CML conference this week. And then I
Mhm.
believe next week we'll probably start making some of those phone calls.
Mhm.
We have, our main focus has been finishing up the community manager position. So that I know
Mhm.
they did interviews and that will be moving forward, this week or next. I'm not really sure. And the
Mhm.
next goal is visitor center because we need to make sure the community center is dialed in. But we got a
Yeah.
lot of great applicants. We had a lot of people come in. It was really cool to see some people show out from the community.
Mhm.
So I think whoever we go with there, that will be a great fit. We got a lot to choose from.
The,
Um,
how's
go
your,
ahead.
back to you for a second. How was your load this summer with permits and such?
Yeah, so this is probably one of the busiest summer I've had for permits.
Mhm.
Honestly, it's been incredible compliance. I think I've probably only had 1 or 2 work stop notices this summer, which is huge. Last year,
Mhm.
I probably had 15 within a few months, where
Wow.
people were just kind of doing work because they were used to longer, I guess, time periods of them being
Mhm.
processed. Safe Built has kept on their timelines very well. I've been meeting with them monthly, sometimes twice a month.
Mhm.
They've really dialed in. They haven't had as heavy as a turnover, and so I think a
Right.
lot of our residents are seeing the same people, the building officials showing up. He's mentioned interest in, if there could be space, he could come into town, whether it's once a
Mhm.
week, a couple times a month, whatever it might be, and offer himself up for developers or residents or anyone having questions.
Mhm.
And so I think, us going to the board and saying we're ready to move forward with other companies, kind of lit a fire under them. And so
Yeah.
they've been showing up, and they've, been very supportive. We got the 2024 IBC building code, passed last Board of Trustees meeting.
Mhm.
So they did some work in that, but the majority of the work was definitely Jennifer, Andrew, myself, John, and
Mhm.
Sean. I forget. I think she's like a state representative of some sort.
Mhm.
But a lot of work into that. And so that will start moving forward and they'll help with the education on that. So that's been pretty good. But
Mhm.
it has been an increase. There are some weeks where Monday I come in and there's 6 permits waiting for me. We're
Wow.
starting to get people on the online system. And so usually in my staff reports, you'll see them increasing, but with even the month, it's like we're going sometimes 30, 40 permits, and a lot of them are smaller permits. We don't have quite large ones, but some
Mhm.
electrical, roofing, things like that.
Mhm.
And yeah, our contractors are on point with our code, so that's also been really nice to see.
That's
Um,
great
yep,
news. It took a while to get everybody
yes.
lined up like this.
Yep, it definitely did. I'm still making changes. There will be more changes to come, on the website now that we're updating to this 2024, kind of doing that education, adding some education for our contractors and then just letting people know like this is the effective date.
Mhm.
And so we'll really get that kind of dialed in. But yeah, it's, between that, our code enforcement is increasing little. It fluctuates, but
Mhm.
our code enforcement officer is now kind of driving around and keeping due
Mhm.
diligence. We mainly still operate based on complaints, which this is the
Mhm.
time of the year those usually go up.
Yeah.
So it kind of fluctuates. Each one, you'll see me consistently. We might drop 3 and then we pick up 3 more. For the
Mm.
most part, most of our people come into compliance very quickly. So it's been pretty good on that front. Just
Great
busy.
job. That's excellent. And other questions from other commissioners? Hearing none, should we go to other business?
Yes. So I wanted to bring up an item since we're kind of at this standstill of waiting for this strategic plan, but we do have this temporary use permit. I'm wondering if July's meeting, if we want to move forward with the temporary use as an action item, should maybe be virtual only, and that would really be probably the only item unless we get something in the meantime. Or is there maybe an interest in pushing that to August? I'm open to anything, but I don't think we're gonna have a heavy enough meeting to meet in person.
Right.
Um, So just looking for, I want to give the board the opportunity to really kind of give us the strategic plan and what they want us to move forward in. And I also don't want to just hold a meeting to come up with stuff for you all, because you guys
Right.
work pretty efficiently. So just wanting to get some feedback on what everyone thinks for July.
How difficult would it be to push the one item to August? Does that slow you down or was,
Nope, that actually gives Jennifer and I more time. I think, you know, the applicant or the individual who did bring it to us said if it works this year, it works this year. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I think that's
Mhm.
probably one of the only people it affects. I haven't got to talk to him, so I'm not really sure. But for us, it gives us more time. Jennifer and I have plenty going on, so that's
You
entirely
do.
up to you guys.
Yeah, my preference would be, I think we're gonna we could have if we do it right, we could have a pretty busy August. I'd almost rather take the break now, get some marching orders from the Board of Trustees and work on things that are priorities so that we don't, start one down a path and then find it was a waste of time. And I
agree.
didn't see anything else that was burning. Now, say that the applicant Emmett Hoyle comes back and says, I want to move forward with this. Do you have what you need to make a decision on that without us weighing in? I would presume, yes?
Technically I couldn't move forward because it's still not defined, so we'd have to hold a special meeting of some sort, or
Right.
really what I would tell him is you have to wait until August. So for me, it's really, he would have to wait until August.
And what's the
'Cause-
last communication you had with him? It didn't sound like he's at the point where he's waiting on your front doorstep for you to do
No,
something.
I provided all the addresses within 300 feet and I told them, you know, use it as you may, but that's what I kind of do for land use permits is within 300 feet.
Mhm.
And we just I pulled those directly from a property assessor and told him he can mail, he can do door to door. He asked, you know, do I think this is going to go well? And I said, I really can't say either way, but it sounded like you all were supportive on at least bringing a draft forward, which is a huge
Mhm.
deal. So I recommended he still go do the engagement, but I haven't heard back.
I hope he does decide to pursue it, but this is his decision. So hearing what I've heard, my preference would be that we meet next in August and leave July open. Um, if I can't think of a scenario under which between now and then we come up, we hear from you that say you've got something that really needs to be dealt with. But if it happens, I would say we should revisit this, but for now, I think I would set aside July, because I think we're probably gonna have a work session that we're gonna have to deal with in September. So I'd say, let's take a breather now and get our priorities in line.
Any other
Did-
thoughts?
I agree. Any concerns, you, Andrew?
No, I'm comfortable with waiting till August. Yeah.
Okay. And then we're going to be, I've got some other candidates that are going to be coming to our next board meeting, some that have yet to file. So I think we've got probably, I can absolutely see a path to having a full board by the next time we meet.
Yeah, and then I will talk to Jennifer and whether it's the education going out or us doing kind of like, you know, what we've done in the past is before the meeting starts, whether we consider an executive or doing the meeting that way, just re-educating everyone on, you know,
Yeah.
sunshine law, things like that. And I will talk to her. I don't, you know, whether it's this or how we want to make that look. But I think it would just be good. We've got some new members. In the meantime, you know, if we're taking that month off and anyone wants to meet with me to discuss stuff, if you want to meet, and
Yeah.
we can catch up more, I will get you some emails as well. And, you know, same goes for you, Andrew. Feel free. My office is open. You can give me a call, shoot me a text, email, and just let me know you want to meet. I'm happy to just kind of discuss or catch up or whatever anyone might need. but we'll kind of go from there.
That makes sense. Anything else under other business tonight?
I don't
Or-
think
Okay.
We have some new faces. I'd love to do some introductions.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
in fact, that was my last piece of other business. Bill, can you introduce yourself? Talk to us about how you got here, what your background is, and what brought you to this board.
I've lived in Netherlands around 15 years. Before that, well, I've been around a lot, but I spent 30 years up in Alaska.
Mhm.
And retired and moved back down here. Dark got to me up there. Not the cold, the dark.
Mhm.
My background quickly is it's generally speaking, all my career involvement has been in construction or law. I
Mhm.
started out banging nails. I became a journeyman carpenter, did a lot of commercial work, had a small residential business for a while, built a few houses around, and eventually went back to law school and midlife in my late 30s.
Mhm.
And started out first 5 years practice general litigation, pretty much on a defense mode, a lot of defense, insurance defense. That didn't set with me well. My love was always with construction.
Mhm.
So I finally got aligned with a firm that, one of the larger firms, preeminent West Coast law firms, Olds Morrison, Rinker and Baker out of Seattle, and they opened a Seattle or a satellite office in Anchorage where I was living. I ended up managing that office. We had 3 or 4 attorneys and 2 paralegals and so forth. And from there, I moved on and went in-house with one of my clients that was a heavy civil contractor, a lot of road, bridge, dock work. We did a lot of marine work, that kind of stuff. Ended up litigating with a lot of different owners, Corps of Engineers, State of Alaska, that kind of stuff. So
Mhm.
that's my background, law and construction.
Great. Well, yeah, I think then with that, I welcome you here. I think you bring some expertise that I think is going to be very helpful to us. And a point of view. You'll get to know Section 18 the way that Andrew Joslin knows 18 before
Yeah,
too long.
I realize I'm on out of the chute, I'm on a steep learning curve here to understand what the relevant documents are, the plans, the ordinances, and how you
Mhm.
folks all interact and operate. So,
It'll be fun.
Yeah. Always ask questions. I think everyone who I've seen here that started new, and I don't expect you to know the plans ins and out, ask the questions. And I've probably, all the plans that we currently have, I have worked from beginning to end on. So I can probably answer your questions. And that can always be too, if you feel like you have more than you need at this meeting, we can always meet and we can just dive into it more.
well, I think
So-
from the beginning, and we can do this off
Mhm.
record, is just point me in the direction of what I need to be reading.
I will. I
Great.
already started drafting your email, so you can have all of that. We'll have some updates to our housing needs, but not anything that, just more data related for your state regulation versus like the actual concrete foundation. So I'll make sure I send you all those plans and you take your time.
Great. And I think each of us has found that when we need some extra tutorial time, Britt has been very generous in walking us through our questions when we feel lost. I think we'll make some flashcards. Who knows? A flex zone will be the first one. Anything else that we need to cover tonight?
No? Does anyone
Then-
else want to introduce?
Yeah, I'll say hello. Hi, everybody. I'm Andrew Jocelyn. I'm trustee for Town of Netherland.
I forget you're new. I feel like you've been
Yeah,
here
I'm-
forever.
I'm new, but I'm not. I feel like I'm wearing so many hats lately, but
Yeah,
my wife would comment on that. I have too many hats. I'm a
Well,
big
just
hat
get a good
guy.
hat
I love
rack.
hats. I've been in Ned for a little over 12 years. I've been with Ned Fire for 11 years. I was hired as the fire marshal about 4 years ago. I have a background in IT. I worked for Hewlett Packard in Texas for years and started a small company in Austin and moved to Ned to start a family with my wife because Austin was just blowing up, and it still is. It's hardly recognizable. Interestingly enough, her dad worked for Travis County for years for planning and parks and has a background in government. I never would imagine that I'd get into politics, but in Ned, everybody kind of has to step up and help.
Mhm.
And I figured it's probably my time to do that. But yeah, getting into fire code, working with Brett a whole lot the last few years since she started. There's a lot of overlap. Code is code and laws are laws. So I'm sure you'll fit right in with reading all the language. But anyways, I just thought being on this commission would be a better use of my skill set. So I'm looking forward to working with all of y'all.
I'm so glad that we got together over at Very Nice and you indicated your interest, and I appreciate your being here.
Yeah. Thanks, Don.
Yeah,
Yeah.
glad you're here.
Thanks, Linda. Thank
I
you.
think it's only fair since gave such eloquent introductions that we introduce ourselves too a little bit.
Sure.
I guess. Having said that, I should start. My name's Mike Dye. I grew up in Boulder. There's a saying that you get too weird for Boulder, you have to move to Netherland. And when you get too weird for Netherland, you move to Ward. I'm not quite there yet, but thinking about it. I joined the planning commission because I've lived here since about 2000. It's changed a lot since then. I guess I started in Gilpin County, took a brief hiatus to Iceland, so I get what you're saying about the dark. I was in Boulder for a couple of years, then bought a house here in 2008, and it's changed a lot since then. It's still I wouldn't rather be anywhere else, but with the changes now with the housing market, I couldn't afford to live here today if I hadn't been able to buy the house. I'm very grateful that I did. Professionally, I also have a lot of hats. My primary background is in software engineering, and I'm a freelance data scientist. Done quite a bit of work with NCAR, meteorology, and some climate research. I turned 50 a couple years back, decided I shouldn't be sitting on my ass all day in front of a computer screen. So I started doing construction and a handyman business, which I still do, and also a caretaker for my mom down in Boulder. So I'm a certified nurse.
I didn't know these things about you.
Yeah, we should do introductions, right?
This is great.
Yeah.
Make sure Christopher Kelly's getting all this.
I'm married. I have a wife. We've been together like 25 years. We have a little white dog named Luna. And
He's my emotional support dog at
Yeah.
town hall.
Come walks and Luna drags me over to town hall to Brett and Molly. So
Mike, I'm Elizabeth Pensioner. Welcome to both of you and nice to meet you. Probably the newest resident from the board here, but also felt like joining the commission was one of the best ways to learn and integrate and be less of an outsider to be part of the process. And have also previously lived in many places, grew up on the East Coast, lived and educated in the Midwest, spent about 10 years in Europe, and have a background mostly in research, academic research, studying genetic illnesses, either dominantly inherited diseases or twin studies and adoption studies, but all research related to genetics. And also at the time I was living in Europe, was owner of a yoga studio there. So kind of done a lot of different things and just happy to be engaged with these good people and having the important discussions and part of the planning process.
Cool. Linda?
Well, I'm a very long time resident of Netherland. And actually, my parents came here from Europe because of the mining. So I've been in Netherland a really long time, and also Breckenridge. And I go back and forth to Germany quite often because I still have a lot of family there. I was my dad was part of the beginning of the ski area, as well as my husband. I worked up there as a kid, and then I kept working up there. Retired from the Postal Service, went to CU, and I was definitely going to be in education, but things changed. So, and I feel it was important for me to be on the Planning Commission because I have a lot of history from this area. In fact,
Yeah.
I went to this school for the community center now. It was first through 12th grade. And so I have a lot of insight as to what the town offers, and it's very unique what we have. It's really important that we all have a voice in our community, and I think the Planning Commission is one great way to have that voice. Also, when I retired, I was offered so many opportunities on committees, and what you say is
Mhm.
there's such an overlap of people on all of these committees. I think it's important that we engage the community and offer more opportunities for other people to also get involved with the different committees. It's important.
For sure. Wow. I didn't know about Germany.
Yeah, I go to Germany quite often.
Cool.
I guess that leaves me. Most of you
Yes.
know me, but Billy don't. So I'm Britt Demink. I'm the community planner for the town of Netherland. I actually started out in our utilities department, so I did water and sewer treatment. And then my previous boss, Miranda Fisher, convinced me to do this position I'm doing now. But my original background is actually in accounting and sports medicine and robotics. So I took a complete career change. I moved here from Florida about 4 years ago now. I I don't live in town. I've never been able to live in town, but I really have a love for this community and mountain communities in general. I've kind of taken on any bit of this job that I can. So I do a lot of your grant management, anything with land use. I do your social media, I do your website, your ADA compliance on both of those.
Mhm.
I step in pretty much anywhere I'm needed. I really just want to see my work culture, my boards, like everyone just thrive. And in my like secondary, my absolute like love, I'm a volunteer EMT firefighter for the town of Evergreen. That's my other mountain community. So I am looking to move closer to one of these. And I put a lot of my heart into that community as well. There's something to be said about mountain communities. Even though I live so long in Florida, like this is where my heart is at. And so, yeah, this is my whole life. There's probably not an element of this job or somebody's job that I don't know. And when I'm not here, I am at the fire department. So yeah,
And you
that
can
gives you a
you
little bit
can
about
carry
me.
a heavy hose.
Yeah. Yes. Yep. Yep. So I'm actually in there. I have all my certifications for there. I'm currently working on my fire two, and I'm taking all my courses to do driver engineering so that I can be a backup, essentially to fill up our station one. So that and Swiftwater are my next goals there. So I'm earning certifications there, and I'm also going for certifications here with some grant work that I've done. So yeah, I keep very busy
Yeah,
in my young 30s.
good.
Well, we're very lucky to have
Yeah.
you here. Did you say that you'd studied accounting, sports medicine, and robotics?
So my original background is I wanted to do prosthetics for veterans. And so I actually was going for robotics to work on prosthetics. And then I just am one of those people that if I'm not 100% certain on something, I won't give it my full effort. And so I have kind of always floated. This is the first thing I've really found that like I love both of these. I love both aspects. I need to work with my hands. But
Mhm.
this is a very challenging job. There's a lot of different things that kind of go hand in hand. And honestly, my side opportunity that I do, they both work very well together, especially in the building code world. So yeah, my original background was totally different. I'd still love to do it, but
Awesome.
I just happen to be a person that thrives in many hats and very challenging environments, physically and mentally.
Mhm.
So right now in my life, I have the best of both worlds with both of my jobs.
Miranda had a good eye for talent.
Yeah, yeah, I think I became not quite as ambitious as her, but yeah, pretty much
It
there.
was, yeah, it
Yeah.
was, I don't know if people know, but Brett was in the water department before this and got plucked from there. It wasn't the most obvious choice, but Miranda knows exactly what she's doing.
Yep. Yeah.
Well, cool. Any other business we need to cover tonight?
What about you, Tom?
Oh, me, I'm no, let's see, the second stint in Netherlands, I came up when I was 17, back in 73, and lived on Doe Trail then. While I was going to CU, been in market research, for technology primarily, and then moved into consulting in the energy space, basically, at the intersection of renewable energy and capital. So I still do work with especially solar and battery developers, and with utilities and the regulators for those utilities. So I'm down to about half time. I've retired a couple years ago. Then we built a house in Netherlands right across the street from the fire department. So my kitchen window looks out at Andrew's workplace. And having had a house burn in Sunshine Canyon, it gives me great reassurance to be next door to the fire department. And then so I'm in a phase of life where I'm trying a number of different things, but I'm doing a lot of travel. I got two sons, one in Denver, one out here in the Boston area. So I'm out seeing my new grandson, and I'll be taking care of him for the next couple of days while they go out and have some fun. My son out here, his wife is opening a gallery on Friday night, so we'll get a diaper and a bow tie for the little kid and bring him in. That's in a nutshell. So yeah, I'm delighted to be working with you guys. I was on board of trustees for a while and then came over as trustee liaison when my time was up as a trustee. I really like planning commissions, so when an opportunity opened just before around the time Elizabeth came in, I came in just before that. And that's I'm really glad to see who we have around the table, because I think we've got a great group. We had a super experienced group of people who've been with this board for a long time. Some of that experience is out, but I think frankly we're going to be making some new experiences, and I think code evolves, rules evolve, and our mission evolves, and I think what we're hearing loud and clear as a state right now is that we need housing, but we also need economic viability for our community. And in addition to this, I was board chair at the Netherlands Food Pantry for 3 years. Before this, I recently joined the board of Teens Inc., and I've been working on getting that childcare center in my neighborhood of Dyers open. And we're about 50 days away from that. So it will give me great joy to number one, have a place for our kids again, and number two, 22 new jobs associated with this facility that's about to open. So we're creating some hiring, and I think I think town will be better for it. That's it in a nutshell. Can I make a motion to adjourn?
You can.
Motion to adjourn.
I second that.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Alrighty,
Aye.
Yes.
meeting ends at 7:43. Thanks,
And
Tom.
you bet.
go
Well, and glad to have you guys on. Thanks for joining us, Andrew. Thanks for joining us, Bill. I'm looking forward to working with each and every one of you.
And
Good
then
night.
will you let us know about next meeting, next August, or will we just follow that via the
Yep,
regular?
I'll send you out a reminder that July is canceled, and then I will send out our regular checking in for quorum. Your email address has been added. We have an application going to the Board of Trustees for another applicant who will be able to join as of that meeting. So, yeah, we'll be looking a little fuller.
I probably should have asked this before we adjourned, but did we need to vote on canceling the July meeting?
That's a good question. I don't believe so. In the past, we haven't voted. It's typically voting if we're changing the
Mm.
meetings. I know we've just kind of called it before if I don't have quorum. I'll treat it like that, and if something needs to be different, then I'll make sure it's noted for the record.
Forget I asked.
Okay.
All
Alrighty.
right, see ya.
Good night, all. We'll see
night.
you in August.